There I am. Good evening, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Let me center myself a little bit more here. There we go. How's everybody doing? There I am. Let me say hello to everybody. Hello, Panis. Hello, Bite. I will do my best to have fun. Hello, Orange. Hello, Floof. Hello, Lunar Wind. Hello, Anarchaic. Hello, Chaotic Claw. Hello, Nova. Hello, Darples. How's everybody doing? Hello, Ozelia. Nice streaks, by the way. Hello, Neil. Hello, Chair. It is Wednesday, and it is a special Doom Wednesday. I am restarting Nova 4 now that it is in release candidate 4 and pretty much ready for the id Games archive. Also, hello, Vamility. Also, the first soundtrack was correctly guessed by Chaotic Claw. It was Kadash on the PC Engine, or TurboGrafx-16. That one did come out in the West. The soundtrack now, for a couple of clues, it is indeed FM Synth. It's indeed on the Mega Drive. It is not an East game. It is part of a series that is still ongoing, is what I would say as a hint. To my knowledge, there's never been any version of this game patched for English, which is actually a little bit surprising. Oh, I was going to start right over at map 1, honestly, because I think it's been about a year, almost. I don't remember where I left off. It might have been map 20 where I left off. if you remember, maybe I'll just start off at map 21. I know the secret maps were not ready the last time I played. Oh no. Yeah, I'll go through some of the maps I've seen. This is not a Phantasy Star game, though, that the music is from. Let me give a couple more hints. This game's lead platform was actually PC 88, not PC 98. Map 7 I think Map 7 was not ready the last time I played. Well, I'll go through a couple maps, see what I remember, and go from there. I realize I could have checked my own VODs to see how far I got, but given that a lot of work has gone on, I almost felt like starting over would be a good way to honor it. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I finished the original map 21. Right, who needs to make sense when I can just make up the rules as I go along and do whatever I feel like? Let's see, as a hint, none of the games in this series came to the West until ports of 3, 4, and 5 on the PSP, and then 6 on both PSP and computer quite a bit later. Entries 1 and 2 in this series, to my knowledge, have never been English translated. It is Legend of Heroes IST, but which game? I'll be impressed if you know. I mean, you only have 2 to choose from. It is a series that's still ongoing, though, and a very, very, very good one. So this is Dragon Slayer Legend of Heroes 2 on the Sega Mega Drive, so the Genesis. Hello, Raza. How you doing? Gotta remember which map is yours. I think you have map 24, is that right? And part of Megiddo. So I think what I'll do is I'll go through kind of the starting maps, see what I remember, play the new map 7, because I think map 7 is Stochastics, if I'm remembering right. I do have the map list pulled up here. And then I believe episodes 2 and 3 would be largely unchanged from what I played, except for map 21 onward. And then Buried in Ice, episode 4 would be pretty much totally new to me, I think. As well as the secret maps, but I might do those after. We'll see. Also, if there are maps that do have bespoke MIDIs, do call it out so that I don't sing over them unless the MIDI composer says so. Okay, map 3132 is like a 2-3 hour experience. Good to know. That helps me plan a little better. Yeah, I've liked every Stow map that I've played, so I'm optimistic here. Also, I believe that's still accurate that Legend of Heroes 1 and 2 have never been translated. I think they've remained Japanese exclusive all these years, which is surprising considering the popularity of, Legend of Heroes 6 onward. The Trails in the Sky offshoot series. The Trails series is an offshoot of the Legend of Heroes series, which is an offshoot of the Dragon Slayer series. Falcom sure likes to make things easy to keep track of, which is why there are all kinds of multiple sub-series. Let me just... There we go. Had to position my phone in such a way that I can see it while streaming. The one sector map he does is insane in the best way possible. Mid-texture wizardry, I'm going to have to check that out. Alright, but that said, I'm ready for Doom. I don't know about all of you, it's Wednesday, I'm ready for Doom. We don't need the Malort lock-in image, though. We can get rid of that one, hold on. There we go. The tellies stay, though. The tellies and the Gorefriend... They're permanent fixtures now, I think. Was the first Legend of Heroes localized? I know we got a game called The Legend of Heroes on PSP, but that's actually Legend of Heroes 3. It's the first of the Gagarv trilogy. Why not a Noid? The Noid does not have Doom significance the way that Telly does. The Gore friend needs another friend, but we gotta discover it, you know? All right, here we are. Nova 4, killer title screen. The episodes are Divine Reconstitution, The Thousand Echoes, Thunder and Earth, and Buried in Ice, as a refresher of what the Nova project is. Sorry, that was quite loud. The Nova series of WADs, there was Nova 1, 2, and 3 quite a long time ago. They are meant to highlight kind of developing Doom mappers in their, you know, growth as map makers. I do remember this opening being quite cool. So while it's not right to say that all of the maps in any of the Novas, especially Nova 4, are the work of beginner mappers, they are the work of what I would say are like up-and-coming mappers. You know, people who might not yet be household names in the Doom community, but should be. Many of whom are friends of the channel, actually. Now, I do remember this first map, and I remember it being very well detailed, very pretty, and quite fun to play. So I definitely have played a lot of this. Oh, you toned it down? I don't remember this one being difficult. But nothing wrong with a little, you know, strategic down tuning. I mean, shotgunning Archies is slow, but you give a Berserk on the map. Could always go sicko mode and just get, you know, up close and personal. I enjoy doing that. You know, occasionally. Scold Nova 4. Nova 4, you've taken so long to come out, you could practically qualify for a Mordith Award. That's a tame scold, I know. Yeah, Nova 5 win. Now, the real question is 2026 going to be the year? Is it going to be Mordith's year, finally? Or are we going to wait till 2027 for the 30th anniversary? Will it ever happen is the better question. I've not been listening to the Of Eternity 2 album. Is it different than what had already been released? Whoops. Went and let myself get shot a lot. I shouldn't have let myself get shot that much. Ooh, the new one combined covers the whole OST. Gonna have to check that out. I bought the Of Eternity 2 t-shirt. I'm very pleased with it. Because it looks super cool. I actually wear that one a lot when I'm working out. It's just a nice shirt. Right, if I remember right, this spawns in a whole lot of revenants. There they are. They'll start coming from the other side as well. Easy. New series to reset, focus on actual new mappers. You could always do, you know, if you want to keep largely the same group of mappers going, just name it something else. You know what I mean? There were two different musics chosen for today. The first was Kadash for the PC Engine. The second was Dragon Slayer Legend of Heroes 2 for the Mega Drive. You know, I should stream some of the Genesis versions of games some people know better from the PC Engine. For example, I could stream Exile, East 3, Kadash. I should stream the Genesis East 3. I've streamed almost every other version. Not counting, you know, computer original. The final boss in East 3 on not Super Nintendo is totally fine. It's just the Super Nintendo where, it's not so good. Oh no. I died. Genesis 1 is hard, though, by virtue of actually being difficult, not by being broken. Famicom 1 was very easy, if I'm remembering right. I just stood in one place. It is Doom time, Jingle Bell Man. We got some fresh new Doom today from fresh new mappers. This is Nova 4.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow.
Hello.
This is just a good refresher of what Nova is. Fun little opening map from Novaseer. Yeah, I forgot map 2 was Hibanki. I thought I was dead. But then the vision came. A being from some distant realm, wreathed in mauve flame, pulled me from the brink and set me upon a new odyssey. I know not the purpose of this being, but what I do know is the all-familiar stench of demon flesh that clings to this crude facsimile of heaven. I have work to do. Right, so I don't think anything would have changed with Hibanki's map here. Oh yep, we've got baby cybers here. I remember now. We want to use that baby cyber. You like that Frogger the Great Quest gremlin emote? Let's just get rid of the baby cyber. He's annoying me. Ooh, I do remember going through Chair's map and enjoying it thoroughly. Let's see, can I rush this cyber? Take him out with the shotgun. That's not bad, Raza. There's a big difference between working on something and playing it. I wouldn't feel bad. Oop. Thought maybe I could make this jump. Oh, I can. That's why I thought I could. Do love anything like this that makes me think of Eternity 2. Maybe I should replay Eternity 2 at some point. I remember when that dropped, I was so surprised. I mean, I think everybody was. It'd been kept a secret. It's not like anybody was expecting a sequel to Eternity to just stealth drop, you know? Pretty sick that it did, but... Right, think of all the WADs we don't even know about yet being worked on. Who can even say? Ah! I can trip the line def without picking it all up. This map is super pretty. Oh. He's trying to be sneaky. There we go. The Mordith Shadow Drop. What if it happens for Mordith's 30th development anniversary? Like, to celebrate 30 years of development, let's actually release it. The thing is, I can imagine that happening. It's not that far-fetched. I mean, back to Saturn X Episode 3 coming out is vastly more likely. But both things are completely possible. Would people be upset with me? Half-Life 3 or Mordith first? Mordith. Which is really to say, neither are ever happening. But Mordith could. Duke Nukem Forever came out. And it sucked. Worse than it sucking, it was boring. It was boring and it didn't understand Duke. You know? Must resist low-hanging fruit. Why resist? Why fight it? See, Speedy, Back to Saturn X is unquestionably extremely high quality. I just don't like it that much, and I always feel bad saying that. Because again, it's unquestionably high quality. Just never loved it. Hey, AV Fusion, of course there's Doom going on. Valve still can't count to 3, that's true. Remember when people used to joke that, you know, we'd be getting Left 4 Dead 3 before Half-Life 2 Episode 3? And now even that would be, you know, welcome. There's now nothing in the gaming landscape remotely like Left 4 Dead 2. And people would, you know, completely 100% be jazzed for a new Left 4 Dead. Just make Left 4 Dead 4. Don't even explain where, you know, 3 went. There we go. Good map. Did Artifact even come out? Yeah, Left 4 Dead. Yeah, Counter-Strike 2, the 5th mainline Counter-Strike game. Oh, I remember this one for the cool bridge. And the very cool lighting. That's it, Left 3 did. They come out with a 3-player spin-off game. Team Fortress 3? My god. I can't imagine. I mean, isn't Team Fortress 2 really Team Fortress 3? If you count the days when it was just a Quake mod. God, I forgot all about Day of Defeat. Well, let me approach this fight not like a gorilla. My cat is trying very hard to get my attention. It is a cool bridge. How you doing, Karn? I'm pretty sure you die if you fall off it. Which is true for many bridges in life. Oh! Oops. Oh, waterfall secret. My favorite. A nice detailed room, too. Shipping container action. Some blueprints, probably related to a secret. If I'm remembering this map right. Have to cut me some slack. It's been like a year. What is this MIDI from? Is it Jazz Jackrabbit? Okay, 10 months, so not quite a year. Close enough. Ooh, yeah, I remember this part now. Got another cool bridge. Am I gonna be flayed alive for saying that I never really cared for Jazz Jackrabbit? Great soundtrack aside. Better than Sonic? That's not true. Straight up. Karaoke? Well, it is Wednesday, G-Man. There is one thing everybody likes to do every Wednesday, besides watch Doom with Bloom. And that's shop on the Wii Shopping channel. Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, King's Knight, Dick Duck, Chew Man Fu, Harvest Moon, League Puzzle Pokemon, Toe Jam and Derlin, Panic Gun, Funkotron, Castlevania, Fatal Fury, Ninja Jajun, Maru, Kunak, Razor Blazing, Lasers, Bases, Loaded, Mega Turrican, Cybernator, Rolling Thunder, Dynastic Hero, Bubble, Bobble, Double, Dribble, Double, Dragon, F-Zero, F-Zero X, and Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3, Cruis'n USA. There you go. It's Wednesday now. It's not really Wednesday till I've sung that. There we go. That's everything there was in here. Or everything of consequence, at least. I think the thing for me with games like Jazz Jackrabbit is, and DOS platformers in general, especially Commander Keen. I am an open Commander Keen detractor. It always felt like, especially Commander Keen, the technical achievement of achieving pretty smooth scrolling on a home computer without the, dedicated hardware to do that, the way, home consoles had, was impressive, but it didn't make up for them just having really not fun level design. Like, they're just subpar games. Oh yeah, that's why we get to kill Keen in Doom. I know there is a secret BFG. However, what if I just didn't use it? You know, I'm gonna have to play Awesome Possum again on stream. Because I'm pretty confident I could beat it pretty quickly this time. There we go. Right, I gotta beat it. I can't lose to Awesome Possum. It'd be even better if I beat it before Woozle did. Yeah, entire stream of me trying to input the level select code. I swear, it's like borderline impossible to input that code. I couldn't get it to work. Not even a little bit. Alright. I feel like now I remember things pretty well. So I feel like I should move on to the maps that I know have changed. Which I believe begins at map 7. Okay, the TurboGrafx CD one was localized. So then it's the second one. Nope, not a secret map, just one that wasn't complete last time I played this. So I think last time I played this, the geometry was there, but none of the enemies were. So I think it was just a walk around and look at how pretty kind of map. This one's not a bespoke MIDI for the map, is it? Okay. I just want to make sure that I don't end up doing karaoke over anybody's, you know, new bespoke work. 158, and I know there are some later as well. If I'm remembering right. That is gigantic over there. Holy shit. Love a map that lets me get some punching in like that, though. Well, you know what project I haven't checked in on really in a couple of years now? I haven't looked in on Elementalism. I hope that's still in development. Because I played whatever part, you know, came out for it a couple of years ago, and it was very impressive. A lot of fun, too. Had some of the only genuinely fun boss fights in Doom. Do I need to be punching these guys out? No. But it is fun. Oh, waterfall secret? Maybe. Can I not get over there? this secret? Must be. Maybe? No. Feels like there's gotta be a secret here. Can I not skirt my way around here? So that backpack. There we go. There we go. Yeah, just point out if I get to a map with the bespoke MIDI so that I don't accidentally cover up anyone's hard work. So we've got a huge open area here. Big almost courtyard. Punch time, you know it, Boniface. Watch this actually be a 647 enemy Tyson map. I know it isn't, but... could you imagine? I super don't need to be punching stuff, by the way. I'm just having fun. I should be allowed to punch if I want to. Ho, 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 ho. This is ludicrously pretty. You know, this is reminding me that a new map for Sunder did just come out. I still think part of the reason Doom has such enduring appeal is there aren't really other games that look like this. Do you know what I mean? Even now, Doom maintains a distinct visual identity in the gaming landscape. And modern games that try to have like a retro throwback style, in my opinion, really fail to capture what makes Doom so enduring. Hey AOD, how you doing? I've not tried Sunder Map 21 yet, because I like looking at Sunder. I don't necessarily like playing it that much. Right, it's rare for a Doom map to not still maintain the feel of Doom. There we go. That was a nice little fight. Right, and very few of the modern games trying to be like 90s shooters even come close to Doom's identity. They all feel more like Quake or Duke. There are some, I would say, that did a great job establishing their own identity. Like Dusk comes to mind, Ultra Kill comes to mind. Things that weren't content to just, you know, ride on the coattails of a pre-existing gameplay or aesthetic style. Get out of here, Sandy Peterson, with your 1.5D. Cruelty Squad. Cruelty Squad, I wouldn't say is aiming for the same kind of market as games like Dusk or Ultra Kill. Cruelty Squad is really kind of its own thing. More in the tradition, I'd argue, of classic computer RPGs than anything. With a big degree of player freedom. Yeah, level-based ImSim. Structure-wise, Cruelty Squad is closer to Thief than it is, you know, Doom or Quake. Yeah, that was a high-value Revenant damage roll. What can you do? First-person RPG almost feels more appropriate to me for Cruelty Squad. I know that's probably not how most people would class it. I need to watch Madular's Ultimate 8 video. Generally enjoy Madular's long-form RPG videos. Did a very good one a year or two ago about RPGs on the 3DO. It's a console I love that I feel like gets a undeservedly poor reputation. Also, speaking of the 3DO, for whatever reason, when I've been out retro game shopping lately, I've just been finding lots and lots of 3DO games. And by lots, I mean like, you know, a couple here or there. But, you know, by 3DO standards, that's kind of a lot. Hey, Vile, how's it going? Shout you out in a sec. What's up? What were you playing? I'm back to Nova 4 now that it's in release candidate 4. Right now playing Stochastics Map 7 that had not been done last time. It's gorgeous so far. This is very much what I was expecting of it. Have a rocket launcher. I would like that. Well, there is one. Going through Pyre. I haven't played that one. I've played most of Supergiant's games, but not that one. Yeah, I played through about the first 20 maps of this back when it was in Release Candidate 1. So now that it's closer to complete, I want to go through what I've missed. Ooh, that was a dangerous little room. Right, nothing wrong with, you know, lighter combat. Yeah, there we go. Just needed to not get stuck in the room. Ooh, now we get the outdoors. I like it. Bring the outdoors in, however. Try not to face rocket myself on anything. God, this map's pretty. Whoa! That was dangerously close there. Yeah, I don't know if I'll get to 31 and 32 tonight, because I'm going to prioritize the main bits. But if I don't, that just means I'll do it next time. There we go. Refuel a little bit. Oh yeah, but right before, when we were talking about RPGs, talking about how the 3DO, besides being a generally underrated system, does have a number of pretty cool RPGs to its name. I would like to stream some of them. Most notably, I want to stream Guardian War, also known as... Oh, hold on. Whoops, I forgot the rewind didn't really work here. Also known as Power Kingdom, and Immercenary by EA. 3DO feels totally fine. Pretty nice feeling controller. D-pad's okay, buttons maybe a little spongy, but not bad. There's certainly far worse gamepads out there. I do want to get one of the Capcom 6-button controllers for the 3DO, but those are unfortunately quite expensive. By which I mean like probably $80, which unfortunately is what game controllers, new ones, cost these days anyway. I know $80 for a controller is normal these days, but it's $80 for, you know, a 30-year-old controller. More than 30 years old. Though it would certainly make playing Street Fighter 2X a lot nicer. Which I've got to show that on stream because it's a mind-boggling console port for, 1993 or 1994. It's a relic from last century. Of course it's expensive. Right, it's nice that this map is a little bit gentler than you would expect from Stowe. It's the kind of map it makes you feel like you're on a big journey, you know? Oh yeah, but thinking about the 3DO, some games I've picked up recently, Shockwave 2, which looks great. A pretty interesting looking FMV game called Burning Soldier, which is like an on-rails, almost like the Laserdisc shooters that used to be in arcades. Looks very much like that. Looks pretty good. How many 3DO games do I have now? I think 35? Pretty sizable number. Like I said, I've just been finding them when I'm out shopping. Which is a little surprising. And for PCFX, I'm now up to almost 20, which is pretty awesome. I've picked up a few more CDI games lately too. I'm up to 7 for CDI, and up to about 8 for my Gamecom. And I picked up a second Gamecom with a broken screen. So I'm gonna take that bad boy apart and start experimenting. because imagine if I managed to tap whatever generates the video signal for that, make my own wire. I could be capturing real composite out from a Gamecom for real hardware Gamecom streaming, which I think would be pretty awesome. Then I can sell the mod? No, I would just publish what I did. I'm not selling that as a service. That's way too much work. And I don't think there's any non-intrusive way to fabricate it. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to take apart your system pretty extensively. Yeah, it's just a little pass-through. Tens of people who would want it. I'm pretty sure anybody who would want that is fully capable of just doing that themselves. You know? Like, if I do it, it's because there's one guy who already did, and I've been, you know, pestering him to, share better schematics with me. It's really good, Lucky Eddie. Even if I am slightly lost at the moment. That's where I came from at the start. Nothing going on this direction. It's gotta be this way. I mean, with a map this size, can you blame me for getting a bit turned around? Right, that is a weakness of a map this pretty, is navigation can sometimes become a little challenging. Or just remembering where you've gone. Because I did this. There's no key in this room. That's where I got the rocket launcher. Been out here. Right, sometimes you just walk right by what you needed. That linked up with the outside. Ah, there it is. There's our obvious switch. Yeah, I'm doing well, DSLR. How are you? Talking about some of my near future plans for streaming, which include trying to mod a Tiger Gamecom for video out. It's a very normal thing to do, I assure you. Think how cool it would be if I got it to work, though. I would very possibly be the only person on Twitch to have done that. I think that would be pretty cool. Oh, that one did 50 damage. Goodness. Oh, come on. The Gamecom would be especially fun because it's something people know about, but most don't have any experience of. Tiger R-Zone? No. R-Zone's just not that interesting. Because you know what R-Zone games are like. They're exactly the same as any, you know, dedicated Tiger LCD handheld. You know, they're no different. Because effectively, that's what the R-Zone is. It's just in front of your eye. Nice streak. Whereas the Gamecom is actually a real system. You know, it's real video games. Are they good video games? No. But they're interesting. And because Tiger was so well established, they managed to get, you know, big name publishers to give them the rights to produce handheld versions of popular franchises. It's why you can play through Resident Evil 2 on the Gamecom, which actually is a straight up, it is Leon's campaign in Resident Evil 2. No Claire scenario though. You're just Leon. Oh, wouldn't that be funny though? If I got it working and said, okay everybody, we're going on an adventure with Leon S. Kennedy. You know, baiting people into thinking I'm playing Requiem. When in reality, no. I'm playing Resident Evil 2 in its probably least functional version on the Tiger Gamecom. Actually, how many versions of Resident Evil 2 do I own? Are those chandeliers mid-textures? Black magic. I mean, that's a more likely explanation. Let's see, Resident Evil 2. I have it on the PlayStation, the N64, the GameCube. I could get it for the Gamecom and have 4 different versions. I don't have the DualShock version of Resident Evil. And I don't have the Dreamcast one either. I only have Code Veronica for my Dreamcast. Which I'm surprised to find out a lot of people dislike Code Veronica. That was a very lucky stun. We take luck. Feels like there's probably more to this arena. Oh, speaking of Dreamcast, I finally got my Dreamcast set up for VGA. And I gotta tell you, it looks unbelievably good. I'm talking crisp 480p. That was close. You can't watch Sonic R in higher quality. That's on the Saturn. The Saturn best quality we're getting is S-Video. And no Saturn titles supported progressive scan, though a lot did run in a full 640 by 480 interlaced. Even at 60 FPS. Like Virtua Fighter 2. No, Sonic R was only Saturn and PC. Oh, that looks so cool. Unless was Sonic R ported as one of those collections? May have been. Right, should have grabbed the rad suit first. Saturn, PC, PS2, GameCube. Okay, is it part of the Mega Collection? How is Sonic R included in that and Knuckles Chaotix isn't? How is Knuckles Chaotix still only for 32X Chads? Gems Collection, yeah. Knuckles Chaotix is a good game, and I'll die on that hill. That a lot of people mad about it or who think it sucks just don't want to learn how to play it. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. %1 hype. Play Chaotix co-op if you want a really fun time. Right, everybody knows the only hit point you truly need is the last one. Yeah, best we can do is Team Chaotix. That reminds me, I did promise ages ago I was going to play the worst version of Sonic Heroes on stream, which is to say the PS2 one, which is shambolically bad. Runs at like half the frame rate of the GameCube and Xbox versions and looks like shit. Because I realized I don't know how, but I own a copy of the PS2 Sonic Heroes. I never bought it. It just is in a CD wallet I own. I never borrowed it from anybody. It's just there. I don't know how it got there. It simply just is. You ever have that happen where you're in possession of a game and you know for a fact you did not buy it, you did not rent it, you did not borrow it from anybody. You just somehow own that game. Yep, I have 2 copies of Time Splitters 2 for GameCube like that. And I have 2 copies of Oddworld Munch's Odyssey on the original Xbox. No idea how either of those happened. Not really complaining, those are both good games. Yeah, I'll be haunted if I play it, that's fine. Now, there are some games I own multiple copies of that I know why I do. Hey, Ember, welcome in. What were you up to tonight? For anybody joining who might not know me, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a music teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, play lots of retro games on real hardware, exclusively on real hardware, and lots of Doom 2 custom megawatts. And tonight I am picking back up Nova 4, which is a big community project made by up-and-coming mappers. And it's gorgeous. Hey, Cronus, thank you so much for 11 months. Ooh, Disco Elysium. I've been meaning to play that for quite a while. Also, yeah, look how pretty this map is. This is one of the ones that was updated since last I played this, and it's now absolutely gigantic and drop-dead gorgeous. This is one of the reasons that Doom will never not be vital, in my opinion. Nothing else looks like it. Yeah, Stochastic went crazy on the detailing. It looks amazing. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. God, look at that. With the lighting as well. Just take a moment to appreciate this. Insane looking. Crucially, though, this map is not just a pretty face. It also plays really, really nicely. That switch felt like a secret, maybe. Maybe not. Whoop. Let's try that again. This is very impressive mapping work. Boy, I hate Lost Souls. There we go. Realistically sized frozen ocean. I'm excited for that. Does that switch do anything over here, maybe? No, not that I can see. Doesn't mean it didn't do anything. I just didn't notice it if it did. Gotta remember, I do have Berserk, if I ever want to save some ammo. Minigame you had where you tried to fit maps into the Vista at the end of Rasa's map. How many of you succeeded? I imagine quite a few. Let's see. That is a secret over there. Surely I can make that jump. come on. If I just... Did I not trip the secret? There we go. That was funny. Being given a megasphere for nothing makes me suspicious. And there's a BFG right up there. What are we about to see? All right. This is a real, let's mix it up. Get to it. I mean, you did see me die, Woozle. That's accurate. Right, I think that's 4 Archies over there. I mean, part of this is I'm being a little too cute here by not just, you know, picking up the mega at the start. The type of greed they talked about in the Bible. And I have a bad habit of doing that, where I will not pick up what has been freely given me out of the RPG player's sense of what if I need it later. So even though... Let me just pick it up this time and then try doing the same thing I had then. That was closer. Right, you gotta exit with 200, 200. Even though I pistol start. You know, what if I need it? Couple high damage rolls, though, and, yeah, when's the next Waffle House WOD? Been a minute, I think. Whoops. I do think taking out the Revenants first makes the most sense. There's a graphical bug there? How so? One may be in the works, that's what I like to hear. Oh, is there a Hall of Mirrors in there? After the fight, I will try to isolate it for you for reporting purposes. Didn't expect I'd run out of cells like that. try to get the Archies into a more manageable range. I'll deal with them this way. Unless they're already dead. Which they might be. Nope, there's still one alive up there. Which is one too many. Where is it? Oh no, it died. I'll sing something in a minute, G-Man. Oh, how generous. I didn't need to save my Mega after all. Let's see, where did you see the Hall of Mirrors? 'Cause I can kind of go looking for it. On the steps to the right of the BFG. Let's take a look. In here somewhere? Oh, where the reps were. Let's see. Not seeing it now. You know, I did see that, Irixiat. The, you know, clump of human cells playing Doom. I thought, well, what's so impressive about that? I do that every Wednesday. So that one specific attempt, that is weird. You know what, though? I do owe a song for G-Man. I think it's got to be oldies. It's Doom, it's got to be oldies. Call it a one-off goof. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing. Somewhere beyond the sea, she's there waiting for me. If I could fly like birds on high, then straight to her arms I'd go sailing. It's far beyond the stars, it's near beyond the moon. I know beyond a doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet beyond the shore, we'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. Nah. I know beyond a doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet, I know we'll meet beyond the shore. We'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. No more sailing. So long sailing. Bye-bye sailing. Move on now, Captain. So long. Whoops. Caught a stray rocket. Oh, I was really hoping I'd beat the fight during the song. That's always deeply satisfying when it happens. The timing works out just so. Alright, feels like a couple cleanup laps now. And then dealing with the cybers. Hopefully we'll be pretty beat up by then. I mismanaged my cells pretty badly at the start of the fight. That's okay. Valiant attempt by that Baron of Hell there to win the unwinnable fight. To dream the impossible dream, one might say. Whoops. Thought I had him. God Only Knows, like the Beach Boys song. I've sung that for karaoke plenty. That went horribly wrong. More cells anywhere? I'm just imagining now, like, I may not always love you, but long as there are stars above you. And then just like, you know, metalcore blast beats or something. There we go. An invuln at the end of the fight. Unless the rest of the fight is like 20 Archies, I think it's safe to say I didn't need it. The classic. I only found 2 out of 5 secrets, too. You know what? It might not be over, though. You never know. Oh, I love that video, Nova. See? What did I say? It was really just a small handful. Also, I love the gold invuln. That looks great. Yeah, right. Whoever did the invuln palette, thank you. Much easier on the eyes. I'm trying to think of any songs I might know that do that. Like, just have an unreasonably hard drum fill in the middle. With jazz, like, it kind of makes sense, because that's just how it goes. You can do what you want. Not heavy or hard, but Karen Carpenter could throw down on the drums better than almost anybody. She is one of the best drummers in pop music history, besides having, one of the greatest voices of all time. She really considered herself a drummer first, before anything else. And you listen to her drum and you can see why. Is this not my way out? No, it is. I just needed to go up the stairs. I'm smart. Amazing map. Fantastic. Totally kick-ass. Now, I did play this chair map, but has it been reworked to lead into the secret? Or, you know what? I'm gonna save the secret maps for another time, I think. And actually, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break because I need to pee. I've been drinking a ton of water today, so I apologize. And then I'll figure out where I'm gonna go next, as in what map next. Because I want to prioritize maps I haven't played at all, which might mean going back to map 20 or 21. So I'll be back in a few minutes and I'll see. There we go. Thank you for waiting, everybody. All right, I think I'm going to go straight to map 20 and go through to the end of the WOD, because this is all content that I haven't really played yet from this point onward. Because I know the rest I did play even if it was nearly a year ago. There may have been some small reworks since then. Also, what is this MIDI? It's incredibly familiar. I feel like I recognize this. Also, from here on out, I don't have the list of who made which map up. Song by Failure that Glowy transcribed themselves. Interesting. But yes, from this point, I don't have open the list of who made what map. So if any Nova mappers want to chime in, please feel free. It's very welcome. This was made by Glowy Likes Doom. Got it. Like a rugged outdoor area. Cool looking base. Let's just start grabbing weapons and going. This feels like it's going to be a pretty straightforward shoot 'em up kind of map. Line them up, knock them down, you know. Fight took more out of me than I was expecting. Pretty cramped area. Worked out nicely, though. I mean, any map that opens like that, I'm gonna enjoy, you know. Also, only one secret. This is why it's in the map 20 slot. And the fight wasn't overly challenging, I don't think. Unless it's not done and it's gonna throw a lot more at me. It's a pretty reasonable fight. Could I have gotten that before? Probably. Oh well. It made things a little easier, but not by that much. There we go. When it was just that fight. You know, that's a great example of how a map can evolve. Yeah, you suck at everything that's not Slaughter. I mean, Slaughter is its own distinct skill set, you know? Being good at one style of map doesn't guarantee that you're good at other styles. It's the reason why there are some, you know, some types of difficulty that gel with your brain and some that don't. It's why I find some maps in Sunlust oppressively hard and others not very hard at all. Where, like, I've talked about this before, but for me, Ribix's maps, because they so strongly demand you to play kind of one way, feel really oppressive and hard to me, even though I can play and beat much harder maps. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily a question of difficulty, it's the style of difficulty. And it doesn't scale necessarily linearly or in a way you'd expect. Right, resource deprivation. I've got to be in the right mood for that. I'm trying to remember what WOD it was. It was a Mega WOD by Mustachio, I think, that I played in its release candidate 1, and it was brutally, brutally resource tight. And I didn't have a very good time with it as a result. And then, like, a couple years later, I went and looked back at release candidate 2. Pretty much had doubled the ammo on almost every map, and suddenly it was way more fun. And so I thought, okay, it's not just me. Maybe that was tuned a little bit off. Most of the time when I have trouble with something like that, I tend to think it's my own inadequacies as a doomer more than anything. Now, what's the catch with these? No catch? Just free resources? Okay. I think for resource deprivation to be fun, one, it needs to be ruthlessly playtested to within an inch of its life to have a chance of being fun, so that your natural inclination should be, oh, that's nice. That's a nice little flex. But the end result you get from an average player playing the first time should be, phew, I just barely squeaked by with enough. Do you know what I mean? Not... I think what I'm trying to say is maps that essentially require foreknowledge to be fun aren't fun. For me personally. Some people love that. But I think if you're trying to balance for kind of a general, you know, audience, which I would assume most mappers are, you kind of want people's reaction to be, oh, I just squeaked by, not that was arduous and I hated it and I never want to play it again. It's that fine line of difficulty that part of it is what do you intend as a mapper, and what can you reasonably expect out of an average first-time player. Hey, Felly, how's it going? Right, if you don't have playtesters on call, that can be tough. Right, Raza, and I think, you know, because we're very spoiled for choice, you know, if you don't like how a certain Doom WOD plays, you can just play another. There will be another, you know, that you could play right now. Whereas, you know, in the past, well, that wasn't a given. I think that's part of why, like, Hell Revealed, you know, was such a big hit. That's one that demands player foreknowledge to even have a chance at being beatable in an average situation. More than 30, Felly. Custom Doom maps started coming out before Doom 2 even did. That's right, Nova. Now, Hell Reveal does still have its charms, and I think, you know, that's why it still attracts new fans even now. But a lot of it is like that. Where when you think, well, it's 1997, you don't have all that many options. It starts to make more sense. They did hint at it in the text file very obliquely. One thing I do find interesting, when you go back and play, you know, older classic WoDs, some things feel... Yeah, a lot of early maps were really intended for a deathmatch experience. Or co-op and balanced as such. I mean, a couple megawatts, like Memento Mori 1 and 2, were really designed to be multiplayer experiences first and foremost. Which is a concept not very much explored or utilized now. I would like to see that change now that it's a little easier for people to set up multiplayer Doom with things like, you know, the modern ports that a lot of people are going to be using. Even though it's perfectly easy to hop on Zandronum and, you know, play something. There we go. Oh, cool. It's back to that room. Well, yeah, if you keep your co-op to, like, 4 people max, I think 2 is ideal. Then I think you'll end up having a really good time. How you doing, Kaneko? It was a fun fight. I've missed one enemy. Are they at the end? Oh, I don't need the helipad. It's probably another case where I missed an easy switch somewhere. Oh, there it is. Cyber Demon, maybe? See, I really enjoy Deathmatch. I enjoy Deathmatch a lot. Well, no, WoDs didn't take that long to download, Howl, because they were quite small. Failure to Deny by Glowy Likes Doom. That map was awesome. We got another Nova map coming up from map 21. You're at the corrupt heart of the city, surrounded by the corpses of your enemies. You see no way to destroy the creature's entryway on this side. What, the standard Doom 2 text? Well, coming up in RC5. Right, this is Shock Value by Novaseer. 374 enemies, 4 secrets. Is this a bespoke MIDI? Hey Nekorin, how's it going? well. Oh! Didn't expect that for an opening. Oh! What blew me up? I do remember Eternity 2 map 32, but not super well. Oh, is it the red light, green light? It sure is. You even demonstrated that to me, and I didn't pay very good attention. I see now. Change is even very visually obvious. Whoops. Charge is a good pick. Which was the very fast map in Eternity 2? The one that was like a speed platforming challenge. That was one of my favorites. Catalyst, yeah. I had such fun with Catalyst. Give me shotgun, please. Thank you. Only one secret on this map. Got stuck on the geometry for a second. Trying not to kill myself. There we go. All right. Guess I'll just keep exploring. Need a blue key card for that. Don't touch the ground. Real the floor is lava moment. Ooh. There we go. Quite tricky. Trying not to totally fry myself. Whoop! Have a good one, Neil. Whoops. I keep doing it. Let me not run straight into the Spectre 3 times in a row. Right, and let's plan a little better this time. I am allowed to do that. That's a thing you can do. You can plan what you're going to do before you do it. It can be done. Okay, that was much better. Getting shredded by zombie men right now. Relying on some decent infight. Trying not to walk into a death zone. That's what was hurting me. A chain gunner way across the way. Was not sure if that all was linked to the timer. A super cool concept, Nova. What will that do for me? Enter the danger zone. Probably being a little overcautious at times, but better than being too cavalier and getting cooked. What I would really love is to catch more enemies that way. You know? These damn flying bastards, I can't can't cook them. It's a good one so far, Raza. I mean, I was expecting it to be good, and it is. That's not really a surprise. Yeah, I'm realizing if I pushed aggressively at the start, I probably could have done that. But I didn't. So I'll live with my indecision. And see what I can do. A good MIDI too. Who did this one? There we go. Nida did. You know, I do need to do some mapping this year. The real question is, do I make my own MIDIs as well? Kinda want to, but part of me also wants to, you know, rip music from like old Sega Genesis golf games and use that. Should be very on brand. I was still flabbergasted when my Olden used some Pebble Beach Golf Links music in a WAD. Hit me with the, like, Manchurian Candidate activation moment. Ramp is coming up, that's true. I am in the ramp Discord. Which is all to say I've really got no excuse. If I focus on one side first. That's the way to be doing it. Right? Expertly dodge stuff and then face rocket. I learned that move from Coincident. I stand on the backs of giants. But really, who doesn't love a good face rocket from time to time? Well, that's a classic play, Raza. I'm also a big fan of weapon auto pickup right in front of a chain gunner, and then I get riddled with bullets. I'm great at that one. Likewise, I'm a big fan of seeing a Cyber Demon rocket moving, you know, right to left across the screen and still running directly into it as it's in motion. Well, you're watching it get play tested without the secret SSG, so it's doable. Nova 1 through 3 are classics, Retro Nutcase. If you haven't played them, go give them a download. There's lots of great maps in there. Highly recommended. Oh yeah, no, they're actually a thing. This is continuing a proud mapping tradition. The Nova series exists specifically to give less experienced mappers kind of the reins to a project. Yeah, this is the OTEX texture package. There we go. I was at least quick enough to react on that one. But yeah, Nova is a way for newer mappers to kind of flex their mapping muscle, really let their ideas run wild. So a lot of the kind of hallmarks of Nova are newer mappers kind of taking on really large, ambitious ideas for their maps. Now, not everybody is a new or first-time mapper. I think it's better just to describe it nowadays as kind of up-and-coming mappers taking the lead. Okay, that's going to be tough. I do the same, Raza. I can't help it. So we're going to be greeted with a whole boatload of flyers. And we can't move off our island. We're really going to be relying on the rockets to do a lot of heavy lifting here. Now we can't move off the island because the floor is lava. We will die if we touch it. So I'm assuming this is on either a timer or somehow kill activated. So Nova was the project lead for these, but a lot of the mappers are in chat, Parallax. So Nova made the one I'm currently playing right now. There we go. That wasn't so bad. Had to take a second to collect my wits. Killed by a pinky. Unfortunate and embarrassing. That's better. Now there is apparently a secret SSG on this map, a secret super shotgun. I've not found it, so I'm not gonna ask where it is. I'm just gonna carry on without it. It's right there. Shut up, Woozle. You don't know where it is either. Actually, it is right here. Or it looks like it should be. You hid the secret. Good. Well, I'm a bad secret hunter, so I will simply do without. I mean, I've said before, my philosophy on map balance as far as secrets go is secrets should make a map easier, but they should never be mandatory. Can I bait this Archie into frying himself? Nope. Come here. Yeah. Nope, down here. Yeah, stay right over there. Yeah! Fried his ass. Like, I feel like a secret should never be effectively mandatory. Some mappers do it that way. Yeah, instant death. The kind of gimmick of this map is that if there's ever land that looks like that, walking on it will instantly kill you. But it will instantly kill enemies as well. So I think for this, I really want to bait them into walking on it as much as I can without touching it myself. So I'm assuming the cybers will never walk off their platforms. Ooh. Inescapable death traps. It's fine, just don't fall in them. Reload your save once you know it's there, and don't fall that time. I have a lot of fondness for Eternal Doom. Not Doom Eternal, Eternal Doom. I would put Eternal Doom way up there. Yes, there are plenty of Doom resources for Linux. Both source ports and mapping tools, and everything in between. I am not a regular Linux user, so I can't tell you them by name, but I can tell you that they do exist. Oh, that was really close. Oh, dang. Hello, Fubbernuck. How you doing? I don't think anything's wrong with you at all, Imitation Orange. They're good. Now, something's wrong with you if you start importing the Super Famicom exclusive ones like I have. So there is actually a 1996 version of Pebble Beach Golf Links on Super Famicom, which is based on the later Saturn release. Actually came out after the Saturn version and implements its new swing system. Had a long day today? Well, kick back and relax. Now's the time. It's Doom time. It doesn't get much more relaxing than that, in my opinion. The nice thing about Super Famicom games is you can very easily play them on a US Super Nintendo with a very, very simple hardware modification that you can do with a pair of needle nose pliers. This is a tough fight. Oh. I gotta stretch for a sec. Tough part here. I don't think I can really bait the enemies into walking on the death pit, so I'm really just left avoiding them. It's really not ideal. Like, that was not good. Oh, that was rough. See, I think the toughest part of this for me is Plasma really has very little stopping power. So large-scale crowd management isn't really an option on the player's part. So it's very easy to get cornered when you don't want to. That was incredibly close. See, that's the thing. Taking one stray rocket, even if you had enough health, you're dead. Because now you're knocked into the goo. Hello, Tachikoma. Tough. The crossfire is a lot. I don't know. I don't think it's an unfair fight. It's just hard. Yeah, something like that. It turns Crossfire from potentially fatal to assuredly fatal. It takes the wind out of my sails a little bit, if only because I don't really think it's possible to track it that much. But I might just be projecting my own limited abilities onto the map writ large. That was terrible ammo management on my part, though, and that will come back to bite me. That was my fault. Also trying to get a sense for how long the timer is. Close. Now I need this ammo, please. Please. Okay, now I can try to kill some of them with the goo. There we go. I get extra ammo for cleanup. Do I get a BFG for cleanup? That's a secret. Well, I didn't find any, so that's my fault. BFG would have made that a lot easier. Oh, Crossfire. My brother and I had that as kids. It was actually very fun to play. Whoops. That was embarrassing. After cleaning up all that. Well, consider that a no secrets playtest for you. Still very doable. Not overly punishing at all. Oh, see, I saw the commercial on TV as a kid. It was very fun. Let's see. Sorry, I gotta stretch a sec. Next up, Under the Iron Cloud. 954 enemies. I do think I probably said this last time, but Nova 4 wouldn't happen to suffer from a touch of magnum opus syndrome now, would it? This by mapper Bobo. I'm assuming that's how you say their name. Now, that's not really a complaint per se. I feel like the magnum opus effect is inevitable in any kind of, community project. Because, really, you're soliciting people for entries, but it's not really meant to be a cohesive whole that flows one map to another. Now, is this a bespoke MIDI for the map, or is it just one of Nova's MIDIs? Yeah, Chair, you don't get to say anything. Oh, Waterfall Secret, it's a 10 out of 10 map. Bespoke, okay. It's pretty kick-ass so far. Right. I mean, I do understand the making giant map to show off impulse. So I don't want it to sound like I'm coming off negatively about this. But it does make WODs like this sometimes a slog to play more than a couple maps at a time. Which is not really a knock against them. It just means this isn't for, you know, long sit-down play sessions. And I mean, it's a little inevitable in anything with so many authors. Way too careless with the scale of yours. How... Are you the next map, Raza? Are you 23? Gonna say, how out of control can the scale be? This is 24. Okay. Oh, Super Shotgun, my beloved. I missed you. The other danger in making maps super large is that it can be very easy to end up with the where do I go, what do I do kind of feeling. I'm gonna make this a public promise on stream that whatever maps I submit to any project in 2026, I will be keeping to a short, tight scope. I will not fall victim to something I complain about. Watch me say that and then make an unwieldy large map. Then again, monster count is not necessarily an indicator of map size or length. Hello TJ, how you doing? Let's see. Doesn't look like any secrets. Heard him spawning in and still got hit. There we go. Right, speed maps are kind of a different genre of mapping entirely. And I keep thinking, I just gotta choose, you know, a Pineapple Under the Sea speed map project and submit a map. Just get it done with, get it over with. You know what I mean? Beat Blood on Extra Crispy? Hell yeah. That takes some doing. Right, get into that 10-minute sweet spot where a map doesn't overstay its welcome, but still has, you know, enough meat on its bones. It's an art. I feel like it's relatively easy to make a very large map full of tons and tons of stuff, but it's hard to make a short map packed with, you know, exciting content. Yeah, I got pretty lucky on that Archie. You know, I didn't even see the baby cyber. I feel like I could have used that baby cyber a lot more tactically. Whatever. We got through it. Oh, Knights did. Very nice. Looks great. You know, I don't think I acquitted myself too poorly in that fight. It was a tough one, but not overly so. Everybody's favorite, Revenants on the stairs. Right? It's like cameo appearances. So I could hop back down there. You gonna come over here, Mr. Flamey Boy? There we go. I like the vegetation from the ceiling. It's quite nice. Now we've got a whole lot, just a lot of stuff here to explore. Two ways I could go. Is this a hurt floor? It is not. Is it anything? No. Whole world to explore and kill, that's right. Look at this, we've got a whole little village here. And it gave us a rocket launcher. We like that. But always be suspicious when a map suddenly becomes generous. It's a sign that some shit may be about to go down. There we go. We've got a baby cyber. Some arachnotrons on the outside, some flyers. Okay, we're gonna want to try to tactically use these baby cybers to our advantage. I'm actually not going to be targeting them. We're going to be letting everything in fight as much as we can and get through the fight that way. But we will want to take out the pain elementals as quickly and specifically as we can, if we can. Baby cybers go down pretty easy. They have a lot of stopping power, but die super fast. Very typical glass cannon type. I got pretty lucky right there. Alright, now it looks like I can just clean up the cybers. I say as I walk... Remember what I said earlier about walking directly into a cyber demon rocket I see going right to left. Will I have enough ammo? We might need to do some rocket dueling. Never ideal. That was pretty fun. 2 with a mini SSG. 2 mini cybers with 1 SSG blast. That's got to feel amazing. That was off close. Resource-wise. Just enough, though. That's how you know a fight is really well-tuned. When you finish it and you're like, you know, I wasn't overwhelmed, but I almost ran out of resources. Oh, I hit this switch. So we got to go back and see what that did for us. It opened a new way. Getting a mega for free. An awful lot of revenants. Flyers. Arachnotron gallery up the side. As always, we're going to want to take care of pain elementals as quickly as we can. This feels like another where we've got to just kind of start a nice infight session and try to keep ourselves out of the way. We got 3 interested parties here. Got the Hell Knights. Arachnotrons are just going to kind of be doing their thing from the side. They're just going to keep spawning in. That was disastrous. The nice thing, though, about the Arachnotrons is if we get them infighting, they'll be very effective. Just kind of getting them to that point is the tough part. We got to get the infight started without giving up our mobility, which I think means we want to focus on those flyers. Yeah, once we kind of get it moving like this, in the, great big horseshoe shape, that's not so bad. There is an invul. I don't know how to get it. I don't think it's a timer. But maybe it is. I'm gonna try to snipe the pain elementals out of here if I can. Oh! There it is. That's what we wanted. Oh, I got a big smile on my face now. Oh, that's what was good. Oh, that was great. Talk about perfect timing. Okay, and they are baby cybers. That wasn't immediately obvious because of the invuln palette change. Yeah, the MIDI's great. Boy, it would be nice if these Arachnotrons and the baby cybers infought a bit. Like that. Thank you. I'm not accepting that. There we go. There we go. This feels like a secret back here. There's a candle and everything, but... Oh yeah. It is a secret. That, I don't know if that got me anything. Was that a secret that did nothing? Or was it just a couple rockets up there? Which I was already full up on. Now it didn't do anything. Well, I guess that was a one-time deal. And, no, thought stuff would be spawning in. Alright, how can I... get that? Thought maybe a little bit of platform in there, but nope. No secret buttons. Oh well. Nice as that would be. The two yellow things in front of me are Telly wearing my hat. Telly is a sentient glove who was the mascot of Teledirect Atlantic, which was a Canadian phone company, who in 1997, an employee there named Lawrence Harrison created a Doom map, which was allegedly a recreation of the company office, and replaced the imp sprite with Telly. And then, years later, mappers Clippy and Stupid Bunny, independent of one another, found that original 1997 map and were so charmed by Telly that it turned into a full-scale community megawad called Teledirect Atlantic Redialed. I was so besotted with Telly that Telly now lives forever in both my emotes and on my Doom stream screen setup. Highly recommend giving it a play if you haven't. Very, very fun WAD. Extremely creative. There's a whole Tellyverse out there with which you can get acquainted. And I would recommend it. And then in front of my left shoulder is the Gore Friend. Who's a mini Kako buddy. Just about the cutest thing I've ever seen. So those are the little helpers I've got. That was embarrassing. Try that again. Much better. Isn't the gore friend just the cutest, though? Just a big old smile on his face. And really, he is a big smile. There's not much else of him. Go. He's plotting a funny little prank. Maybe he is. Would you deny him his funny little prank? I don't think so. What kind of monster would you be? Denying the gore friend a little prank. How could you even think about it? And just look at him. There we go. Ah, can this maybe bring me to a secret? Nope. That chain gunner was an asshole. Oh wait, no, that totally can bring me to a secret. Let's try that again. Oh, not even a secret. It's just there. Oh, that was a nice shot. 3-for-1 special. You'll love to see it. Can't go there. It's nice of this little village to just have, you know, resources strewn about. They're considerate to visitors, you know. If you're a tourist here, you'll be well taken care of. We've got some mini cybers outside the door. And now inside the building. You two could fight each other. That would be super. There we go. Dealt with. Now I see that auto map up there. Oh, how embarrassing. You hate taking a fatal hit from a shotgunner. It's always embarrassing, you know, when a low-tier enemy does you in. You feel like, you know, I've been playing Doom for how long? and an imp killed me. A shotgunner killed me. A zombie man killed me. God forbid a pinky. Surely I'm not the only one that feels that, you know, distinct sense of shame. Shotgunners can do a lot of damage. You know, what, 45 maximum? Doesn't make it not a little bit embarrassing when you just react too slow. Right, if a zombie man gets you, it's like, I'm a fraud, I'm a phony. You know, I don't deserve to call myself a doomist. Wait, what's over here? Well, we like armor. We like stairs. Dressed up to look like a ladder. I mean, Zombie Manslaughter is kind of awesome. Well, that's two of them. I feel like pinkies are the most embarrassing. Alright, I shouldn't be shy. I did. I played my house like within a week of it coming out. Streamed it too. It's a little fascinating to me the way, for lack of a better term, my house kind of broke containment. Is that switch a teleport? Yeah. Huh. That's weird. Like, my house absolutely blew up in non-doomer circles. And I found that really, really interesting. Because I feel like a lot of my house's appeal is very essentially Doom. Like, a lot of the charm of it, I think, is almost lost if you're not a regular Doom player. 'Cause there's a long, rich history of people just, you know, making their house in Doom. So when I first saw the Doom World thread, it was like, oh, that's cute. People still make their house in Doom. And then, like, a day later, I saw, wait, why are there 5 pages to this thread? So I downloaded it to try out. And I almost instantly was like, oh, I gotta stream this. What about Mac? Do you mean like Doom on Macs, or because Doom's been on Mac for a long time now. Right. I feel like non-Doom players just don't get as complete an experience out of my house. I also, and this is me complaining about young people mostly, who watch stupid creepypasta YouTube video slop. I remember there was one commenter on my VOD who was very upset that I didn't take it seriously enough It's like, what? It's funny. It's supposed to be funny. Yeah, it's got some good creepy bits in it. But also, like, you have Shrek as an enemy. This is not something, you know, super duper serious here. Like, you're allowed to laugh. It's funny. Right, the door's swinging open. That's what, on my second, you know, when you see suddenly the house is populated and the doors are 3D objects now, I was like, hold on a second. This is something different. Yeah, as young people, you're not claiming them. You know what I mean, though. There was, I think because it left the target audience so dramatically, there was kind of a lot of that going around. Which is nothing against the work itself, of course. I just thought it interesting that it gained such a non-Doom audience. And it makes me wish that I could in good conscience say, you know, hey, if you liked my house, you should really check out this WOD called Grove by BPRD. But I feel like recommending Grove to people who aren't already Doom players is malpractice. Do you know what I mean? And just, they wouldn't appreciate it. Like, it wouldn't be any fun for them. I'm out of there. Wait, did I not? Oh, I didn't actually pick up the blue key. Oh yeah, it would one-shot them completely. I hope people are moving away from GZ Doom and to UZ Doom at the very least, now that a better option exists. There we go. Now we've got the means to fight back properly. Though, I feel like we still want to let the infighting do a lot of the work. Right, it takes a while for it to reach the mainstream. And I understand very well the appeal of a source port where you just drag and drop and it works. And I understand that a lot of modern players can't cope without, free mouse look all the time, even though I think they're babies and should just simply adapt. I'm not, generally speaking, very sympathetic to people who are unwilling to adapt to other control schemes. It's like when people say, oh, I can't deal with tank controls in games with fixed camera angles. So spend a half hour and learn. Or it's like, oh, Tomb Raider's too clunky. Not if you get good at it, it's not. It's incredibly fluid once you're good at it. You gotta learn how to play the video game. I very much feel like Doom's vertical aim is that way. Or no, it's not perfect, but I do feel like it's a big part of the game's identity. Same thing with like turning off infinitely tall monsters. That changes how combat flows completely. You know, in a way that I think can both advantage and disadvantage the player. You know, I don't think this game would be better if I could just free look with my mouse all the time. Actually, I think it would be worse, but some people play that way, and I try not to judge them too harshly. Shared a vanilla map, someone recorded a bug you can only get to by jumping. God. Or it's like people who play with, you know, weapon mods and say, well, why did this break? Also, it goes well, Dweller Dark. How about you? Right. Or thinking that RNG is something that needs to be, like, optimized out of your gameplay experience. But I want the RNG there. It's an essential part of the game. Hey, Hiyori, how's it going? What were you up to? Welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name's Professor Bloom. I am a music teacher. I do a lot of singing. Tylord, thank you so much for 27 months. I will sing something in a moment. I just need to ask. And maybe not. Thank you so much for 37 months. Greatly appreciated. God, that's more than 3 years. My goodness. I do just need to ask the map maker if they mind if I sing over this, because this is a bespoke MIDI that they composed for it. I'm sure it's looped a couple times by now, but I don't want to be rude. But what were you up to, Hiyori? Thank you very much for the raid. Doing a little cleanup before I get to the final fight. UFO 50, very nice. I still gotta play more. And thank you, Hiyori, for 19 months. Appreciate it. Musician is. Okay. I just gotta make sure, you know. Hello, Noctseeker. Scold Hiyori. Hiyori, you've been promising a karaoke stream for years. And to my knowledge, it has not yet happened. Scold Hitori's in. Hitori, I don't know who you are, but you surely deserve this scold. Let's see. What am I feeling? I'm feeling the oldies. When am I not feeling the oldies? Let's be real. A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is all right. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer like dreamers do. Then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you. In dreams I walk with you. In dreams I talk to you. In dreams you're mine. all of the time we're together. In dreams, but just before the dawn, I awake and find you gone. I can't help it, I can't help it if I cry. I remember that you said goodbye. It's too bad that all these things can only happen in my dreams. Only in dreams, in beautiful dreams. Let's see. What next? What next? What next? Let me see. Heard this song the other day. Ooh, there is a track. Good. Can anyone say what it is? Thanks, Nova. Yeah, your MIDI sounds a lot more like George Harrison than I remember. Vicious words drift away from their meaning, and the sun melts the chill from our lives, helping us to all remember what we came here for. This is love. This is love, 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 love. This is love. This is love, 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 love. Little things that will change you forever may appear from way out of the blue, making fools of everybody who don't understand. This is love. This is love, 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 love. This is love. This is love, 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 love. Any other George Harrison fans here, or just me? Traveling Wilburys may be pound for pound the greatest supergroup of all time. Ludicrous amount of talent. This is love, 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 love. Since our problems have been our own creation, they also can be overcome when we use the power provided free to everyone. This is love. This is love, 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 love. This is love. This is love, 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 love. Any George heads out there, quick, which album was this on? It was a huge hit album. This is love, 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 love. This is love. This is love, 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 love. The correct answer is Cloud 9, for anybody who didn't know. Hey, Bones, thank you for the 500 bits. I really appreciate it. This is love, 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 love. Well, I do like Frankie Valli. This is love, 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 love. I think I sang Sherry last week. I think I did. Let's see, do I have that one in me tonight? Well, Dismayer, I think I still owed one karaoke redeem anyway. So hello, Betty. Sherry, Sherry baby, Sherry, Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry, can you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry, can you come out tonight? Why don't you come out to my twist party, where the bright moon shines? We'll dance the night away. I'm gonna make you mine, Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry, can you come out tonight? Come out tonight. I'm cheating a little bit, Dismayer. I am a professional singer. You better ask your mama. Sherry baby, tell her everything is alright. With your red dress on, you look so fine. Move it nice and easy, girl, you make me lose my mind. Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry, can you come out tonight? You know, that's a good point. It's not really cheating when when it's my job. Let's see. No, I didn't steal anybody's vocal cords. They're all mine. A little more Frankie Valli, why not? You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. That was terrible stun RNG. Oh, come on. Embarrassing.
I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
Everybody better sing along with this one.
I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I've found you, stay. Oh, please, baby, trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby.
There we go. Think I'm caught up now. Let's see now. How do I get through? Oh, there was one more. Sorry. Let's see. Some sweet baby James. I assume you mean James Taylor.
In my mind, I'm gone to Carolina. Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? Yes, I'm gone to Carolina in my mind. Karen, she's a silver sun. Best walk away and watch it shining. Watch her watch the morning come. The silver tear appearing now, and I'm crying, ain't I? I'm going to Carolina in my mind. Ain't no doubt in no one's mind that love's the finest thing around. Whisper something soft and kind. And hey, babe, the sky's on fire and I'm dying, ain't I? I'm going to Carolina in my mind. In my mind, I'm going to Carolina. Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? And ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? I'm going to Carolina in gold mine. Dark and silent late last night, I think I might have heard the highway calling. Geese in flight and dogs that bite. And signs that might be omens say I'm going to Carolina in my mind. The holy host of others standing round me. Still I'm on the dark side of the moon.
I don't remember the bridge, I'm sorry.
Seems like it goes on like this forever. You must forgive me if I'm...
Oh, I don't remember the bridge, I'm so sorry.
I'm going to Carolina in my mind. In my mind, I'm going to Carolina. Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? Yes, I'm going to Carolina in my mind.
There we go. Just a little cleanup duty there. There was an invuln. We didn't need it. Who needs invulns anyway? All right. That's good for now. I might need those cells. Oh, well, let's see. Is it going to be a flood of 20 Archies when I open the door? Maybe. Or you can just hit the bricks. There's not a lot of pressure keeping you in. I mean, if they're all baby cybers, theoretically, I could SSG him, but, not really. It's a great time to employ the hit the bricks adjustment. Killer map, though. Oh, you couldn't just leave last time. I think giving you the option to peace out is probably good. I let out a shriek of pain as the vile machine rips my consciousness through the fabric of space. Blurred visions of realms I long ago passed and dared to forget enter my head as I pass through to the final gauntlet. I choke on the all-too-familiar fume of sulfur that marks Hell's domain. Yet it has been warped somehow by some unspeakable magic. No worries, I'll warm the netherworld right up again when I raze this hall of torture to the ground. And lucky me, that also happens to be the will of the being. So that settles it. Hell's Armageddon is coming. That's me. And now we begin... This map's named The White Album. We begin episode 4. And this is a very familiar MIDI. A really good one, too. But not bespoke. because of the map name. I feel like any karaoke redeems, I'll have to sing stuff off the Beatles' White Album. Which really is not called the White Album, it's just called The Beatles. But that's me being a pedantic nerd. Also, 7 secrets, my goodness. You got it, Boss Smasher. I am gonna let the MIDI loop at least one time, though, because it's really good. Next bespoke MIDI is 26, okay. He'll show off his red and blue albums that he bought when they were brand new. I would also show off if I had those. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Let's see. Great thing about the Beatles is no matter what, there is a karaoke track for it. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. He went out tiger hunting with his elephant and gun. In case of accidents, he always took his mom. The all-American bullet-headed Saxon's mother's son. All the children sing, hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Deep in the jungle where the mighty tiger lies, Bill and his elephant were taken by surprise. So Captain Marvel zapped him right between the eyes. Zap! All the children sing, hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. The children asked him if to kill was not a sin. His mommy butted in. If looks could kill, it would have been us instead of him. All the children sing, hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Hey, Bungalow Bill, what did you kill? Bungalow Bill. Well, I know what I have to sing since it leads from that song right into this one. If my memory is correct, at least.
I look at you all, see the love there that's sleeping, while my guitar gently weeps. I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping. Still my guitar gently weeps. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold your love. I don't know how someone controlled you. They bought and sold you. I look at the world and I notice it's turning, while my guitar gently weeps. With every mistake, we must surely be learning. Still my guitar gently weeps.
Yeah, Cybe's doing his job. He's killing me.
I don't know how you were diverted. No one alerted you. I don't know how you were inverted. No one alerted you. I look at you all, see the love there that's sleeping, while my guitar gently weeps. Look at you all. Still my guitar gently weeps. Oh, 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 oh.
They really had George Harrison writing some of the best songs of all time and said, no, George, you can only have 2 per album. Come on.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
What was up with that? Explain yourself, Paul McCartney. Let's see. I don't think I owe another, but I kind of want to sing another.
I'm so tired, I haven't slept a wink. I'm so tired, my mind is on the blink. I wonder, should I get up and fix myself a drink? No, 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 I'm so tired, I don't know what to do. I'm so tired, my mind is set on you. I wonder, should I call you? But I know what you would do. You'd say, I'm putting you on, but it's no joke. It's doing me harm, you know, I can't sleep. I can't stop my brain, you know, it's 3 weeks. I'm going insane, you know, I give you everything I got for a little peace of mind. I'm so tired, I'm feeling so upset. Although I'm so tired, I'll have another cigarette and curse Sir Walter Raleigh. He was such a stupid git. You'd say, I'm putting you on, but it's no joke. It's doing me harm, you know, I can't sleep. I can't stop my brain, you know, it's 3 weeks. I'm going insane, you know, I give you everything I got for a little peace of mind. I'd give you everything I got for a little peace of mind. I'd give you everything I got for a little peace of mind.
There you go. You got a bonus for free there. Paul could be very domineering. At the same time, it's hard for me to blame him too much. 'Cause he is Paul McCartney and is unquestionably one of the greatest singer-songwriters of all time, with maybe the single most versatile voice in rock and roll history. I can't be too mad at the guy, you know? I'm also willing to give Paul absolutely massive credit for never really resting on his laurels and always, always, always trying new things musically, including going so far as to release albums not under his own name. And I'm not talking just like part of Wings. He released some like borderline EDM music in the 90s under a group named The Firemen, with no indication that it was him who made it, to see if people would even listen to it. And yeah, they did, because it was good. People also figured out that it was Paul McCartney, but still. Kinda... It's hard not to respect that artistically. You know, he could have easily said, I was one of the Beatles, I'm set for life forever now, I can just do whatever. Instead said, no, you know, I want to make new music all the time and try to be relevant. He's what, almost 85 years old now, still touring? Oh, that was when he did, it wasn't just a duet, it was him, Kanye, and Rihanna. And it was a pretty good song. So, tidy little arena fight here. I liked that. It's a nice little fight. Right, there were people like, oh, it's nice of Kanye to, you know, help out this old guy trying to break into music. It's like, no. Kanye is probably extremely excited to get to collaborate with Paul McCartney. I recall them both talking about the experience very positively. So, boy, Kanye's sure something. I can't help but feel bad for somebody who was very obviously in the midst of a mental health crisis for years in the public eye, who received no help whatsoever. Doesn't really excuse his behavior, but you can't help but feel kind of bad for the guy. Alright, we've got a key now. Where may I use said key? Oh yeah, no, the talent's unquestionable. Right, he found somebody who's like, what if I just get him really high on laughing gas all the time? Oh, absolutely, it doesn't excuse his behavior. I feel bad for him having clearly needed help and never gotten it. It's not exculpatory, but explanatory, you know? Welcome back, Jingle Bell Man. There we go. It's going to be so cathartic when I get to kill that cyber demon later. The cold hurt floors really add extra dimensions to all of these fights. And I've been playing Doom 2 since it came out. I will never ever get tired of it because there is an endless amount of content releasing for it constantly. As an example, what I'm playing right now in its current incarnation just came out like this past week. By the way, I know you're new here, Jingle Bell Man. If you ever want to see what it is that I'm playing, you can use the !WAD command in chat, and it'll give you a link to what WAD I'm playing, which is what, you know, set of levels, set of maps. This is Nova 4. Right now I'm on map 23. So if you would like to download this and give it a play yourself, it's loaded up in your favorite MBF21 compatible source port. I would personally recommend DSTA Doom. That's just my favorite. This is a devilish room. Yeah, this is a great MIDI sunspot. It's been used in quite a few other WADs. I'm trying to think where I first heard it. Ancient Aliens, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, world's luckiest stun RNG 3 times in a row. It is a Stew Boy MIDI, yes. We love gambling. It's a 50-50. That's a totally reasonable calculated gamble to take. Round 2. It's so satisfying, Raza. I think it is. It's literally 50-50, isn't it? If you're close range enough for a majority of pellets to contact. %, very slightly. That's a reasonable gamble then. All right, it looks like it's gonna dump the rest of the map out into the center area. And we get to go deal with it. If so, I'm down with that. I like that idea. If not all, certainly a lot. Now I'm glad I left the Cyber Demon alive. He is here to help me in my hour of need. Do a little infighting for me. And hopefully that will mean he's nice and softened up. To be killed in the end. Oh dear. What did so much? The Cyber Demon, that's what. Oh god. Bad door to open. And get stuck on a little stalactite there. A stalagmite. Icicle. Ice formation. Do you mean Golden Souls? I have played that, though I didn't stream it. Very impressive work. Those were some high damage Revenant missiles. I got enough rockets, I can use them on the side for the Archie. Ooh! If it's a mod for Mario 64, no. I'm not super interested in Mario 64 ROM hacks, though I know there are a lot of very impressive ones out there. And the N64 is very capable hardware. There are a couple things that, you know, held it back. Cartridge format not really being chief among them. Doom in Mario, no. There is a very Mario-esque Doom WAD series of them called Doom the Golden Souls, which is essentially what if, you know, Mario was Doom. But that's a different thing than what it sounds like you're talking about. If your friend made it in 2001, I definitely didn't play it. Yeah, if it was very local, I would have no way to have played it. Please get out of the way, Cyber Demon. Thank you. I mean, if you find it, please link it. I'd love to check it out. So I do have a flash drive for my N64, so I would be able to boot that up. Would be interested to see what it's like. Where is there an Archie down there? Don't care for that. Oh dear. A whole firing squad here, huh? Thought I got behind that pillar in time. I did not. Walked directly into that one. We don't need that. There we go. Alright, looks like we'll probably have one more big wave of enemies once we get the red key. That was extremely close. I mostly got lucky in avoiding that. You know what? I won't say luck. I'll say my reflexes were good enough. Because they were. They aren't always, but they were that time. Luck is a skill, sure. I mean, if you always manage to be lucky at just the right times, what is that but a skill? Truly. Did I go this way? Yes, I did. I need to be looking for a blue key door. Which I thought was this way. Right, that's when you start gambling with that luck. I'm not much of a gambler, I must confess. I will very occasionally gamble. But never on anything that matters, you know? Right, gambling's a great way to get unlucky repeatedly. It's not really unluck, though, when you know the house is going to win. Every game you play at the casino is mathematically designed to make you a loser. Eventually. So I know an ad is going to play in a moment. I'm going to need to use the bathroom in a moment, so let us... Alright, here's our final keyed door. And I will excuse myself for a quick break. For a second there, I almost had that unbelievably close quarters fight. Hello, Vulpes. Alright, I will be back in about 5 minutes. I gotta use the bathroom. And then it's time to wrap up this map. Be right back. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Let's finish this map out. Get ourselves a BFG. And just in time, because it's a whole bunch of arch files, huh? Oh, those were tasty, though. Oh, he can just shoot me through there. That's rough. Oh, that looks cool. Oh, holy shit. Wait, that was awesome. I'm into that. And time for a big fight in here, presumably. Where we start seeing space denial, where good BFG usage will win the day. Oh, hit scan spam. Oh, that heroic pinky killed me by taking that hit. The tough part is, as the room starts to fill up, we can't rely on rockets. I'm going to try to use them while I still can. Alright, now is when we need to make the switch. Oh! Oh, close. You know, I've never played Minecraft. Just never did. Okay, that's a good start. I'll sing some from Jack. Just a moment. Oh, God. That very nearly got me. Which would have been deeply embarrassing. All right. King Crimson. Well, the name of the map is the White Album. So, I've been doing songs off the White Album. It's been a Beatles sort of night. The great thing about the White Album is it could be anything thematically. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly.
all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life you were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly, into the light of a dark black night. I believe this holds the record for the most covered song ever by other artists. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly, into the light of a dark black night. Singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life you were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Ivki. It's you, you're the SO. Let's see, you know what? You can get one more for free here. I'm leaving it on the White Album. Kind of songs Paul was writing that everybody else hated. Martha, my dear, though I spend my days in conversation, please remember me. Martha, my love, don't forget me. Martha, my dear, hold your head up, you silly girl. Look what you've done. When you find yourself in the thick of it, help yourself to a bit of what is all around you. You silly girl, take a good look around you. Take a good look around and see that you and me were meant to be for each other. You silly girl. I have no opinion on the Boss Baby. Hold your hand out, you silly girl. See what you've done. When you find yourself in the thick of it, help yourself to a bit of what is all around you. You silly girl. My dear, you have always been my inspiration. Please be good to me. Martha, my love, don't forget me. Martha, my dear.
Let's see. This one I feel like you don't hear as much.
Yes, I'm lonely. Wanna die. Yes, I'm lonely. Wanna die. If I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why. In the morning, wanna die. In the evening, wanna die. If I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why. My mother was of the sky, my father was of the earth, and I am of the universe, and you know what it's worth. I'm lonely, wanna die. If I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why. Eagle picks my eyes, the worm he licks my bone. I feel so suicidal, just like Dylan's Mr. Jones. I'm lonely, wanna die. If I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why. Black cloud crossed my mind, blue mist round my soul. Feel so suicidal, even hate my rock and roll. Yeah, wanna die. If I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why.
Love that the Beatles just threw this on the White Album like, hey, in case you forgot, we can really sing rock and roll. We can really do the blues. Alright, we got a cyber behind this door. We don't have enough cells. It's fine.
Black cloud crossed my mind, blue mist round my soul. I feel so suicidal, even hate my rock and roll. Die, yeah, I wanna die. If I ain't dead already. Girl, you know the reason why.
Oh, I didn't wait long enough long enough to jump down. Can I not just jump down? There we go. It's fun to scream like that sometimes, you know? There we go. I just need SR40. That was The White Album by Funny Person Killer Map. I think next up we got Raza. Fried Well. Or Frigid Well. Sorry, I can't read. 800 enemies, and I've been told a truly colossal sense of scale. Something tells me I want to run and get the rocket launcher before I start blasting. Are we back? All right. OBS just decided to lose my stream key for a moment, so that's cool. I love when that happens and suddenly my stream doesn't work anymore. It's rare, but it occasionally happens. Don't know if it was Twitch that hiccuped or OBS or what, but whatever it was, it's passed now and we're back. Really wondering what our best approach is here, you know? I think it really might be trying to open as much as possible as quickly as possible. That might just be the fun way to do things, you know? Instead of being sensible and waiting. Start the whole fight at once, you know? Whoop! All right, should I be a little more sensible instead of trying to run through the entirety of the map before even firing a shot? It's very fun doing it this way, I must say. Probably much more sensible to go, you know, fight by fight instead of waking up the entire map at once, but where's the fun in not waking up the whole map at once, you know? Let's take care of the other Archie. Pretty lucky rocket stun. That's all of the archviles on this part of the map. Should be at least. So we have 2 secrets to find. However, I am not very good at secret hunting, so Raza, I hope you made them obvious. Obvious or optional, one or the other. Kind of obvious, very optional. That's what I like to hear. I gotta stop getting hit by stuff. What am I doing? Shameful performance on my part. That looks like potentially a secret, but might just be decoration. I'm doing my best. I'm not. I could be doing a lot better. I promise I'm not bad at Doom. Just sometimes. Alright, that was a fun little opening fight. Refill on resources. Thought maybe that would be a hidden button. It is not. That was a good MIDI. Give me more rockets, please. I guess I'll just kind of go encounter by encounter. Hey, thank you. I'm having a good one. I mean, just vibing and playing high-quality Doom don't have to be mutually exclusive. It's how I vibe, you know? How you doing, Kavolta? Good to see ya. There we go. Right, you want the MIDI to fit purpose, you know? I feel like the opposite can happen too, though, where a MIDI is too long. Like, what's Map 27 of Eternity, Godhood Suite. Like, Jimmy wrote what feels like an entire prog rock album for a map that is not 45 minutes long, even under the slowest circumstances. So, what this is, Ivki, is not the commercial Doom 2 that released back in 1994. This is new content. Okay, he didn't compose it for that. But people have been making new content, like new maps, for Doom for 30 years now. So this is a set of new levels made by kind of up-and-coming map makers that is now in what's called Release Candidate 4, meaning the only changes that will happen to this from here on out are basically tiny bug fixes. based on player feedback. So a lot of folks who made maps for this have been watching. So for example, Raza here in chat, you're right, Godhood Suite is map 29. But Raza in chat there is the one who made this map. The Doom community is very large and vibrant and active. There is more Doom than you can reasonably play at this point. For example, I stream Doom every Wednesday. I cannot keep up. I will literally never run out of Doom to play, which is great because it is one of my favorite games. So I'm very fortunate in that I effectively have a near limitless supply of my favorite game. Which is pretty nice, you know, who doesn't want more of their favorite game? Well, that's not true, actually. There's plenty of games I love that I have no interest in them being longer or different. Like Legend of Zelda NES is my favorite game of all time, and I have pretty much zero interest in Zelda 1 ROM hacks, which I know might sound strange. There are a lot of amazing ROM hacks out there for almost any classic game you can think of, and I don't know why. I'm just not interested in most of them, even though I know I would have fun playing them. I'm aware that doesn't necessarily make sense, but humans are contradictory. We don't need to make sense. There we go. Part of it is also that Doom is in a situation where the vast majority of what comes out, you know, made by the community, is much, much better than retail Doom. Meaning, you know, the Doom you could have bought at the store 30 years ago. And that's because there's been, you know, 30 years of level design evolution, and because Doom 2, while it has what I think is the single best weapon roster and enemy lineup in first-person shooting, it's not that, it's like a 7 out of 10 game. Do you know what I mean? Whereas when you're making a ROM hack for Super Mario World or Super Mario Bros. 3, it's really, really hard to design a better game than Super Mario Bros. 3. You know, you're probably not going to. So your ROM hack might be really good and great for people, you know, who have mastered Mario 3 and are looking for a challenge. But it's not going to be better than Mario 3. Whereas all of this is way better than Doom 2. I think that's kind of the difference. And maybe I'm being a little closed-minded and not opening myself up to, you know, crazy experiences. Oh yeah, Blues Brothers 2025 is one of my top WODs of this past year. No hit scans whatsoever, except for Archviles. adjusting to such plasma-heavy gameplay was really fun. Go. That was a fun fight. Got a baby cyber down there. I need ammo is what I need. Yeah, if you want Sandy style Doom, you got a lot to choose from. Which, some of it felt ironic to me, some didn't. I don't know, man, if you love Sandy Peterson's mapping style, more power to you. I can't really say anything because Tricks and Traps is one of my favorite maps in Doom 2. So I don't have any, high ground to stand on here, but they're becoming more powerful. Arrows on the floor in every map. I do really like the castle. I'm not very good at platforming. I think Dimensions is simply beyond me as a player. Maybe not, but I have no desire to find out, That could be fun to do on stream one of these days. I'm in no rush, though, Right, exactly. A lot of Sandy's great ideas have been iterated on and improved on, which is not a knock against Sandy. It's a credit to Sandy for having great ideas that other people have executed better. It's not a slight to say that other people have done the same thing better. It means that you inspired, generations of map makers, and they took the seed you planted and watered it and nourished it and turned it into, something more fun. See, the thing with Dragon Quest is it's still some of the best to ever do it. Dragon Quest V is more than 30 years old, and it's still one of the best to ever do it. Even Dragon Quest I, especially as Dragon Warrior, especially the version we got, if you've never played it, yes, it's very simple. There's one party member. Yeah, the DQ7 Reimagined just doesn't look... It looks so streamlined. I'm sure it's probably fine and fun to play, But we got a Dragon Quest VII remake like not 10 years ago on the 3DS. We don't need another. And I'm begging on my hands and knees for these companies, stop shitting out ports. Or stop shitting out remakes. Give us ports. Because a lot of these remakes are really terrible. Low quality, outsourced to the lowest bidder, looking squarely at the Panzer Dragoon Spy remake that has a shambolic demo out on Steam right now. Outsourced to the same low quality studio that did the House of the Dead remake. Forever Entertainment, I think. Just bottom of the barrel. If Sega gave a shit, they would port the Panzer Dragoon games. There's 5 of them. There's 1, 2, 2, or 1, 2, Saga, Orta, and Mini on the Game Gear. Nobody talks about Mini. It's not that interesting. But it wouldn't be hard for them to put together a proper collection the way even Konami has been doing that. Konami are finally porting, Metal Gear Solid 4. When you look bad next to Konami, Saturn emulation has been fine for years now, Jack. And that's the thing. The lowest effort port is, yes, just wrapping, a disk image in an emulator shell and shipping it. Now, there's a real chance they lost the source code to those games. But if they didn't, there's no reason they couldn't port them to a modern environment. Even if they can't port Saga, I feel like they should be able to port the first 2. It is a real shame, though, that things like code used to not be considered valuable enough to save. Which is insane to say. That's just how these companies operated. See, my ideal, if anything's going to be remade, whatever. The ideal, in my opinion, is that it also includes the original. Metroid Zero Mission did that back on the Game Boy Advance. It was a remake take on Metroid 1, and it included Metroid 1. That should be the bare minimum, That shouldn't be exceptional. What did you miss? Just the stream crashing. Yeah, Zero Mission's great. It makes me sad that people treat it as a replacement for Metroid 1, because I think Metroid 1 is still a phenomenal game. And a lot of people approach it the wrong way. Because a lot of people see things that are intentional design choices in games like Metroid 1 and Zelda 1 and dismiss them as technical limitations rather than deliberate design choices. The lack of an auto map is not a bug. It's not a technical limitation. That is a deliberate design feature because search-based gameplay, discovery-based gameplay that extended beyond the border of the screen, where you would make your own map and notes and resources, was wildly popular in the Japanese gaming market in 1986. That was what people wanted to play. The player expectation was that games would be long, cryptic, difficult, and you need to take notes and make maps to beat them, and you would trade notes with your friends at school. You know, the game didn't stop at the border of your screen. And somewhere along the way, attitudes shifted and players started to expect the game itself to contain everything, rather than you, the player, having to actively participate with the game outside of just holding the controller. I think gaming lost something vital when that attitude became dominant. The internet happened, and that, takes a lot of the fun out of it. Jack, you just had the experience of playing, Riven. Yeah, I hate maps so much, I'm gonna go replay Etrian Odyssey. Look at the success of Etrian Odyssey, Woozle. People loved that game. It's a game all about making your own map. People couldn't get enough of it. They had to make 5 of them and several spin-offs, Zillion had that, Jikaryu. Zelda 1 had that. Zelda 1 had a partially filled out map in the manual, and it was up to you to fill it out. I still have mine from when I was a kid that my father took to his work because they had a big Xerox machine. And so he Xeroxed the map that was in the manual for us to fill out together. I mean, if you would love that, Jack, there's about 1 billion dungeon crawlers you can play. Let me find the picture of that Zelda map, because I still have it. I should probably frame that, hang it up in my house somewhere. Hold on, I'm just gonna find this picture. I know I've got it somewhere. Well, I can't find it quickly. If I just search Zelda under my own... Here it is. Let me see. So what's really funny, Jack, is the manual for Zelda included a guide for might have been the first 2 dungeons. The manual just straight up told you how to get there and what to do to get you started. But if you look at this is part of the fold-out map that came in the manual of Zelda 1 that my father Xeroxed, and then we would take notes as we played it. That's how you played games back then. So the idea that, Metroid 1 is too dated because it doesn't have a map built in. You're the one who's supposed to provide the map. You do it. That's part of playing the game. Now, if you think that's tedious and you don't want to do it, that's fine. You don't have to like it. But I think demanding a remake to bring it up to, quote-unquote modern standards or modern sensibilities is doing the game a disservice and doing yourself as a player a disservice. Because you could be having an adventure, but instead you're gonna follow a guide somebody else wrote. Why? You don't need to do that. Don't you want the fun of figuring it out yourself? It's like that was the point. That's why these games were popular. Taking that away from it, you're just checking off a list. Right. And that's a very intentional design choice, Dante. Also, how you doing? Right. It fit a whole second game in there with the New Game Plus maps. The second loop. And then people complain that games are getting sterile, but don't want to put any work into making them more exciting for themselves. I don't get it. That's why I love, sticking to my retro games. There's a whole world of fun out there. I do wonder if the, pendulum will swing back the other way, where the idea of, taking your own notes, mapping your own, course through the game will not be seen as outdated, but fresh again. Right, quality of life features are not inherently a positive. You have to think, okay, why are they here and is the game designed around it? I do hate AAA slop. There are lots of great indie games out there. But they don't fill the gap completely. Yes, the royal you, the peasantry. I mean, I do hate AAA slop. That's the thing. AAA shouldn't be slop. AAA should be cutting edge. AAA used to be cutting edge. AAA used to mean pushing boundaries that nobody else could push because AAA developers had the money and the vision to do amazing things. And we're not seeing that anymore because games cost so much to produce that by design they've become sterile, because otherwise they're too risky financially. That blows. Right, we need AA more than ever. So this MIDI goes nuts. It's been going hard in the paint for like 20 minutes. AA batteries fit better anyway. Speaking of AA batteries, I gotta bring up the Tiger Gamecom again. It takes 4 AA batteries to power the worst looking screen you've ever seen in your life. It's unbelievable. Right, it's very rewarding to, jot down your notes on paper. I'm quite excited for the game I'm planning to play Friday. Hell, a cyberpunk thriller on the 3DO. No, the Sega Nomad battery life is pretty bad. The Gamecom battery life seems pretty good, but there's no way it needs 4 AA's. My WonderSwan Color takes 1 AA battery and lasts for longer, which is crazy. God, DS games that had you hold it like a book, so good. The DS was amazing. Yeah, the Nomad was on 6, the Game Gear was on 6. I don't remember how many the Lynx took. Lynx might have been 4. I had a Lynx for a time, but did sell it. The thing with the Lynx is, it is genuinely amazing hardware. It's here, Woozle. The INAO Thor. Came out like a month ago. I don't think it plays actual DS cartridges, but it emulates it perfectly. Look it up. It looks quite nice, and I'm tempted to get one myself. Okay, that opened something. I mean, Nintendo were right, because the Game Boy was not very powerful, and that was by design. They wanted it more than anything to have good battery life, and they also chose a mature chipset. In 1989, the Z80 was already 15 years old and extremely well documented and well understood, and in, common use in mass production. It's not a surprise that developers got lots out of the thing. Also, the Game Boy PPU is actually quite good. There are some things the Game Boy does significantly better. INAO Flip DS, maybe. I thought it was called the Thor. I could be wrong. Those Archies didn't stand a chance. Oh yeah, if you saw what opened, I'll take a hint. I mean, it's because the sigil eye, there we go, makes a lot of sense. Ah, hold on, I see. There we go. Not a huge secret, but worthwhile. Dropping March 13th cost $600. It's never been more over. I'm gonna have to ask, I know somebody who got some kind of flip handheld that can play DS and has video out. It might be the other one you mentioned. That could be a really nice modern solution for streaming DS games, if not quite real hardware. This MIDI is great. I've not tried GBI for GameCube. I did consoleize a Game Boy Advance pretty recently. I think I'm gonna do another one or two of those. I've just got Game Boys lying around, and the kit to do it is only like $80. Which in my opinion is very worthwhile for a simple consoleizer solution. Got a big ass crusher. A whole lot of fights going on, a lot of moving parts. I got so lucky right there. Too much stuff to be still. Oh, I got stuck on something. Epic is a good descriptor. I'm just thinking though of get a couple like really fast, punchy maps as part of this back half. And it would keep it from feeling magnum opusy. Do you know what I mean? This kind of fits the bill, but the scale is just so cranked up. It's not a complaint, by the way. I am having a very good time with this map. But I think you know what I mean. Oh, screencasting over Wi-Fi. If you're going to do that, you can cast 3DS games from a regular 3DS over Wi-Fi just through a homebrew application. It would be like, imagine if the last 10 maps of Alien Vendetta were all demonic hordes. Demonic hordes is one of my favorite maps in Alien Vendetta. But you can't have 10 of them. Oh, thought I snuck by. Yeah, you can't screencast normal DS games over Wi-Fi on 3DS Homebrew, which is why I hard modded an original DS for video out. I mean, Woozle, if you've got an original DS lying around, it's got to be an original fat DS. If you've got one of those lying around and you want it modded for video out, I can do that for you. You would just need to pay for the part, and I won't charge you for the work. And let's keep whittling them down with rockets. Didn't even see that Spectre, which, fair, it's a Spectre. I did see the Konami Marvel Collection announcement. Very exciting stuff, Felly. That's what I'm talking about. We need, you know, ports, not remakes. And I'm still convinced that a lot of times when you see people talk about remakes, what they really mean are ports. 'Cause for me at least, if I just want to play the game on a modern platform, I don't want you to change it. I just want you to put it there. Give us a port of Snatcher. Give us an official English release of Police Knots. No reason they can't. Also, I gotta check. Is the only version of Police Knots with a working fan translation still the PlayStation version? Or could I play it on my 3DO as Kojima intended? Not only is there a 3DO version, Felly, that was the premier console version. And it does FMV better than the PlayStation. Substantially. Kojima was a big fan of the 3DO. It did end up being, Saturn, 3DO, PS1, and PC 9821, which was the original lead platform. But the 3DO version was essentially like a director's cut of the original PC release, taking full advantage. The 3DO is the original console version. The original version is PC 9821. Oh, this is sick. Oh, that was a little lucky. Final fight and namesake of the map. Let's go. Oh, close. All right. This looks awesome, by the way, Raza. Oh, Frigid Well. Would you look at that? That is the namesake of the map. Oh, don't get stuck. Very much feels like a full tilt, full aggro all the time kind of map. Kind of fight, really. Oh, we got a spider mastermind. Oh, close. Yeah. God, that's such a good map in Plutonia. Okay, the Archies are going to start showing up about now. And sure enough, I get blasted by one long distance. Nope. Let's see. First off, touch up our health. And then we can grab the goodies. And we start blasting. And try not to get stuck even for one moment, because that is death. Keep a wide circuit going if I can. Did not get lucky stuns. Got the exact opposite of that, in fact. But it's not over. Here's how I can still win. Quite easily, actually. Oh! I saw it coming, but it was too slow. I could just leave. What fun is that? Well, no, maybe I will just leave. Hold on. I see what you mean about a 2-scale ocean at the end of your map, Raza. Oh, that was pretty awesome. You know what? There's 6 maps left, plus the 2 secret maps. It is, however, past 11. So I'm actually going to call it a night here and continue this next week. This has been tremendous fun. Let me bring it back to the office. Huge, huge props to everybody who worked on Nova 4. It has been a true joy to play thus far. Let me get some more background music on real quick. There we go. And yeah, everybody watching has essentially gotten to see this unfold over the past year, almost. Hopefully I can get it all done next week. We'll see. But it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, you like that transition I've got set up? I'm a big fan of it. Anyway, that's going to be it for me tonight. Friday, like I said, I'm going to be playing a very interesting 3DO game. Let me show you exactly what I mean. Now, I mentioned earlier, I've been buying a bunch of 3DO games lately because I've been getting lucky and just finding them at stores. And this was one that I found. And it looks so cool. And then I did a little research on it. It's called Hell, a Cyberpunk Thriller. One, look at that box art. Also, 3DO games have comically long cases alongside a kind of regular jewel case inside. We've got what looks like a screaming maw coming out of the earth with pipes going into it, bodies falling into it. It's called Hell, a Cyberpunk Thriller. And it stars Dennis Hopper, Stephanie Seymour, Grace Jones, and Jeffrey Holder. This is a very early example of games going all in on real, like, Hollywood talent. And before you roll your eyes at that, one, have a more open mind to begin with. There's nothing bad about that. But most of them are voice talents. Some of them are live action talents. This came out on 3DO and DOS back in 1994 by Take-Two Interactive. It was actually one of their first games, believe it or not. But it was a very early example of a CD-ROM game using actors and speech. And it actually reviewed very, very well back in the day. It's like a point-and-click adventure style game, but I looked up some gameplay, and it looks wild. I'm talking pre-rendered 3D graphics, really fantastical visuals. This game reviewed very, very well, which, well, some reviewed it well, some didn't. I'm excited to give it a try because I just found it at a store and the box art caught me. And, you know, why not hook up the 3DO for something you don't see every day? That said, that's going to do it for me tonight. Let us find somebody into whom we can raid and tear. If you have my emotes, please use them. If you don't, use whatever you got. Though do consider subbing, it does help me out. Let us see who's online, if I've got any friends dooming. But let's see. And if not dooming, I'll find somebody playing some good retro for you. Ooh, you know what? I think, looking through what we've got here, I think I want to see how Zoe is doing with Pikmin 2. It is her first time playing it. So we're going to raid Zoe Techie. She's very cool, plays lots of retro games, friend of mine. If you like my streams, there's a good chance you like hers. So let's see how Pikmin 2 is going. I love Pikmin. I love the only mobile game I play, not counting Mahjong, because I do play Mahjong Souls and Ricci City sometimes, is Pikmin Bloom, the little Pikmin game that rewards you for walking. Anyway, let's go see how she's doing. Have a great night, everybody, and I will see you Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern normal time for Hell, a cyberpunk thriller. Night, everybody.